Example 2 is, okay, example 2 is tell my sister that I miss her. And semicolon, tell my brother that it gets much easier. Okay, here there's two related independent clauses are joined together with the semicolon to form a compound sentence, which is defined as any sentence that has more than one independent clause. Make sense? So you add a semicolon to divide two sentences in, like, two sentences. That's called a compound sentence, okay? Because you have two different sentences in one line. Okay, makes sense? This is also independent clause. Then example 3, can you guys hear me? Haika, yes. So example 3 is she is going to be a school teacher because she believes education is the most fundamental pillar of the republic. So this is also one sentence, but it's separated by the word because, right? And you add the word because. So this is it's you have one independent clause, which is and then a subordinate clause, right? So a sentence that is with one independent and more than one dependent, it's called a complex. Okay, so you have one, she is going to be a school teacher. Then second sentence, she believes education is the most fundamental pillar of the republic. So this is telling us another. So there's one independent and one sub-independent, some dependent. So it depends on the subject, right? Makes sense? So then the peach is way beyond ripe, comma, and I refuse to pay for it. So the sentence consists of two independent clauses. So there's different opinions. Basically, you have, and there's a different, it's a different way of talking about. So the peach is like when you're on the opposite, right? So this peach is way beyond rice, and I refuse to pay for it. So it's like opposite view, right? So, and also a different idea, right? So it's not really relating to the rice, but it's related to money. So that's a different idea, right? It's an independent clause, okay? And it's joined by the word comma, coordinating conjunction. Okay, so now we have dependent clause. Heike, can you read dependent clause?
Okay. Like an independent clause, the dependent clause is a group of words that contains a subject and a verb. However, the dependent clause relies on independent clauses to complete its meaning.
Mm-hmm. So example 1 is if you chase two rabbits, comma, you will lose them both. Okay, so the first is dependent, okay, because it begins with if, which is classified as a subordinating conjunction. So if you use the word if, it's dependent, okay? And it's the word if is like a subordinating conjunction. And then add clauses that begin with subordinating conjunctions are considered dependent. So anything that begins with subordinating conjunctions, like this word last sentence, it begins with if, that's a subordinating conjunction. So that is a dependent clause, okay? Okay, and notice that this dependent clause still contains both a subject and a verb, okay? So, Bahauddin, can you read the example too?
Example 2. Janice spent her vacation in Goa, which is on the west coast of the Indian subcontinent. Here, the dependent clause is being used like one big adjective to modify or describe Goa. The dependent clause begins with the relative pronoun, which which stands in for Goa, as the subject of the clause.
Okay, good. So now we have the different types of subordinate conjunctions. If you use after, if, until, as long as, now, that, since. These are all subordinating conjunctions, okay? Okay, and then this is when you use it, these are dependent, okay, clause. So based on that, you have to do this exercise, which is saying identify the clauses in each sentences and make each clause as either dependent, independent, or dependent. Okay, so for the first sentences, I can give you them in the chat. Okay, so did everyone get them in the chat?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so you have to find whether it's independent or dependent, okay? Okay, so Bahauddin answered 1, 4, and 5 is independent, and the 2 and 3 are dependent sentences. And then Haika answered. Okay.
I'm still typing.
Okay. So Bahauddin, question number 2 is also independent. Okay, because my uncle was not dull, and this is you're adding a semicolon, and it's like it's related to your uncle, the subject. So it means it's independent, right? Okay, you can see in the what we did so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so if you can change that, thank you. And then number 3 is if you speak the truth, have a foot in the stirrup. Okay, so that is a different idea. Okay, comma divided by comma. If it's anything that starts with if is a dependent. Okay, so number 3 is correct, it's a dependent. And number 4 is take your shoes off before you walk on my new carpet. Okay, so take your shoes off. Okay, and take your shoes off before. So you're adding the word before. That is a dependent. Okay, so the 4 is actually dependent. The number 5 is Jason really moving to Portland to look for a job after he graduates? So if you add the word after, that is actually after he graduates. So, yeah, that's like 2 sentences in one. After so it's like is you're adding the word is. So that is right in the beginning, and that's another question. So that is actually independent clause. Okay, so because there's 2 sentences in one question. So it makes it 2 ideas. related to the same, related to Jason. So it first, like, is he moving the sentence to Portland? And then another sentence is to look for a job after he graduates. So this is two sentences in like a complex sentence, right? Okay, does that make sense? So a complex sentence is independent. Okay, so first we have whoever said first one is the first sentence is gonna be independent, right? And then the second was the second one was we said it's independent as well. And then the third one was if you speak the truth, have a foot in the stirrup. That's two different ideas in one. Okay, that is if you see how a foot in the stirrup. So if anything that starts with if, we know it starts with it's a dependent. Uh take your shoes off for you. So that's also dependent because you're using the word before. And we know that before is a subordinating conjunction. That is for the dependent. And then is Jason really moving to Portland to look for a job after he graduates? So is Jason, so this is actually like related to the same, so related to Jason, so not different, okay? And you're not using any of the subordinating, so two is not a subordinating conjunction. That means it is two sentences, complex sentences related to the same subject, so it's an independent, okay? So three independent and two dependent. Make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so good work for practicing. Okay, this will help you. Okay, the phrase. So Heike, can you read the phrase?
Okay. The phrase is defined as a word of groups of words, excluding clauses, that functions as a unit within a sentence. In other words, a phrase can be any group of words that is missing either a subject or a verb. There are many different types of phrases. Here we outline those more commonly seen in English sentences.
Okay, good. So you have a prepositional phrase. So any phrase with a handwritten of expectations that begins with a preposition is considered a prepositional phrase, sorry. And then there are dozens of different prepositions. The following is a list of common prepositions, okay? So you have these sentences: aboard, below, in, since, about, beneath, into. So aboard, below, in, since, about, beneath, into are all these are prepositional phrases, okay? And this is the list of words. So you can use this box to, do the questions. So example is after swimming in the ocean, Marco jumped in the pool, right? So you have after, you use the word after, that is also prepositional. Okay, so if you can look at the box, so so you see here you have after. That is a prepositional phrase. So you're using the whole sentence is a prepositional sentence. So you're saying after swimming in the ocean, Marco jumped in the pool. So in also is a prepositional, right? Phrase. So right, we have in here. That is also prepositional phrase. So this is how we can say the sentence. Okay. So number 2 is our company now imports semiconductors from the Republic of China. This is a prepositional phrase, right? From, using the word from, that is a verb that makes the sentence a prepositional sentence, right? Okay, so Bahauddin, can you read participle phrase? Yes, Bahauddin?
Yes, participle. A participle is defined as any verb that ends with ing or ed with regular verbs and functions as either an adjective or adverb. The particle may also have an object, something receiving the action of the verb after it, causing it to become a participle phrase.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan. So good. So, skipping along the forested path. So along is also a participle word. And you have anything that has ing or ed. So for example, skipping, right? So you're using the participle word phrase word. I mean, the prepositional phrase word, but you're adding the ing, right, in the beginning of sentence. So that makes it a participle. Make sense? Same thing in the second sentence. The kids went bounding down the stairs. So you're using bounding ing, right? That makes the sentence participle. Make sense? Okay. Aya, do you want to read gerund phrase? Yes, Aya, can you hear me? Aya, grade 7? Yes, Aya, can you hear me? Okay. Gerund phrase. Okay, Haika, can you read gerund phrase?
Okay. The gerund is defined as any ing verb that functions as a noun. In other words, you can place a word phrase in any place in the sentence where a noun could normally function when the verb has attained object or buffers. We describe it as a gerund phrase.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, so it's defined as an ing verb that,
Hey, sorry.
yeah.
Did you need me?
No, it's yeah, you can read the next one. Okay, just let me unread it.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, Haika, so this is ing. You're adding ing and aya to the word that is a noun. That makes it a gerund phrase. Okay, so like this example, can you read Aya? Example 1. Yes, Aya, can you hear me? Example 1, can you read?
Okay. Hang on. All right, which part?
Yes, example 1.
Example 1. For 30 years, Marshall has started every morning by swimming around the bay. This G-run phase is functioning as the object of a proportion by. Example 2. Snooping around Facebook is the new way to vet potential employees. The G-run phrase here is functioning as the subject of the sentence.
Okay. Jazakallah. So For 30 years, we have saying that Marcel has been swimming around the bay. So, this is the gerund phrases subject by the word by, okay, because you're adding a word by. Okay, that is what is the gerund phrases, okay? And then the snooping around Facebook. So is the new way to vet potential employees. The current phrase here is functioning as a subject of the sentence. So snooping, right? The word you're using, snooping, in the beginning of the sentence. It's like a way of that is basically like, snooping around. So your subject is basically about that, right? So snooping around Facebook. So once you make the ing word the subject, right? Then that makes your phrase, the sentence, all right, gerund phrase. Make sense? Now you have infinitive phrase. Okay, Heike, can you read infinitive?
Infinitive phrase. The infinitive phrase is defined as the base present tense form of a verb. Proceed by the word to an infinitive phrase can function normally as a noun,
Adverbially,
adverbially or adverbally,
adjectively.
adjectively.
Yeah. So the adjectives and adverbs, right? Adjectives is like color, beauty, this is some words that are adjectives, right? Describing, right? How, like, the color, okay, and your weather, right? It's a beautiful weather. It's a very rainy. So rainy is also like a adjective, right? So it's a rainy or a rainy day, right? And then the infinitive phrase is functioning as a noun by being the subject of the sentence. So you have first sentence is, one is to talk about the poll numbers at this stage of the election is simply counterproductive. So that means the infinitive phrase is functioning as a noun by being the subject of the sentence. Notice that there are two prepositional phrases preceding the infinitive verb about poll numbers and at this stage of the election, because these phrases are both modifying the infinitive verb, we consider them part of the infinitive phrase. Make sense? Okay. To ensure a full refund, you must bring your own receipt. Bring your receipt, right? So this is, you're at this stage, right? Elections, and first we talked about poll numbers. And it's about modifying the verb, right? So if you're changing the verb, right? This, it means it's like infinitive, okay? And it's about poll numbers. So poll numbers is actually, like, if you think about it, it's like a noun. But it's like it's being talked about, right? The subject of your sentence. And then at this stage of the election is also a noun. This is basically the subject of your sentence. So that makes it this is infinitive, like you're calling it, like, because it's basically added with the about, right? It's a preposition. So the phrases, if you add that to the noun, that makes it a infinitive phrase. Okay, makes sense? Okay, now here we have, to ensure a full refund, you must bring your receipt. So a full refund, it's like modifying the verb, okay? To bring, okay? This is basically your your adverb is being added with the word bring, okay? So then once you do that, this is you place the comma before, like, after the first sentence, and your second sentence is basically the verb, right? That you're adding the word bring, right? To. So that is separated by a comma, and it's not the subject anymore, right? That means it's called, like, it's the infinitive phrase, okay? when you're changing, modifying the verb, like, by using like prepositional phrases. And you can also add a subordinate in conjunction, like a comma. That means this is an infinitive phrase, okay? Then a fist fight is no way to resolve an argument. So a fist fight is no way to resolve an argument. So this means that you're adding two sentences basically. Noun is way, okay, no way. So you're modifying the noun. So the fist fight is the action that is happening, right? So to solve the problem, you're adding the word why to modify the noun, right? So that is also infinitive. Okay, is that making sense, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is for your homework. Okay, because we've done math today. I mean, we have to do math. So this is your homework. So I'm sending you in the chat, and I'll also be posting it on the Google Classroom. But for now, I have to send it in the chat. Okay, so this is, you have to find the phrases that we learned, okay? And you can use whatever we learned, like prepositional phrases, gerund, right? And others. Okay, and I'm also sending the link in the chat.
Okay.
Basically, click the link and you can read through each of the types of phrases we learned and then identify it in the sentence, okay? Okay, so let me share the math, okay? I'm sharing the screen for the math. Okay, so Bahauddin, can you do this question? A parking garage has 7 levels. There are 81 parking spots on each level. How many parking spots are there in all?
There is 567.
Good, excellent job. Okay. Uh, so this one I want you to do, okay? I'm gonna give you, so finish it, okay? Because we have to complete the ones exercises that we're not done. Okay, Bahauddin? So I'm
Okay.
sending it in the chat. Is it easy for you?
Yeah, it's easy for me.
Okay, so if you finished it, then it's good, because we have practice, like these, some get complex. So if you finish it today, that's good because we need to finish the exercises, right?
I'm working on this right now.
Okay, Jazakallah khairan. Okay, Haika, so I'm doing yours, grade 7 and Aya's. So Aya, are you there? We will be doing working on the grade 7 math. So we're doing integers. Okay, we have to understand absolute value. So these are part of the integers. Okay, the number line shows a point at 10, okay? What is the distance from 0 to 10? Yes,
10.
10, right? And the absolute value is also
10.
10, yeah. Okay, what is the distance from 0
2.
2 units? And if the absolute value is -2, what is going to be the absolute value of it?
2.
Yes. So it's always positive, right? You take away the negative and that's the absolute value. Okay, what is the distance from 0 to 4?
4.
And what is the absolute value of 4?
4.
Okay, so it's fairly easy, right?
Yes.
So just do the same thing, like finish the exercise because a lot of exercise I'm missing, so I don't know if you have actually done it or not. That's why I want you to finish it. Okay, Haika?
Okay.
So start working on it. And then Haika and Aya, grade 7, can you also start working on it? On the math, okay? I'm sending you in the chat. Please look in the chat. So this is for grade 7. Okay. So if you guys have any question, let me know, inshallah. Okay? And I'll also be sending you a worksheet. Like because you're gonna do the IXL for self-study anyways. So I'm sending you a worksheet as well. Just the short some questions, so you can send me that in as well. Okay? Bhawadin, I sent you grade 6 worksheet.
Okay, teacher.
And Haika, I sent you the grade 7 one. And Aya,
Okay.
Aya, you can also work on the grade 7 integers worksheet.
Which one's grade 7?
Second one, I'm gonna write grade 7 on it. Just give me 1 second.
The both sheets you wrote on grade 7. Is it the bottom one?
Yes, it's the second one, yes. So the grade 6 one on if you open the page, it says grade 6. But the one for grade 7 does not say anything, okay? Okay, so the grade 6 one is it says grade 6 on it. If you open that one, it says grade 6. Does that make sense, Haika? And Aya?
Yes. Teacher, I'm done. I also sent it in chat.
Okay, everyone. How's everyone doing? So Heike has done the worksheet. Let me download it. Okay. Baudin also has done it. Good job, mashallah. Continue practicing on the Excel if you're done, everyone. Aya, can you send me in your work as well? Okay, so whoever is done, they can go on the break, inshallah. Okay. Bahauddin, Haika.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Brother Wes, can anyone open the breakout room?
Sorry, everyone, my computer is a little bit slow today. Can you guys hear me? Aya, Haika?
Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
So I'm just sharing the screen. I think this is opening now. So let's we did weather. Okay, we did collecting, predicting, like we're done weather maps now. Okay. Okay. Weather maps. What can weather map tell you? Bahauddin, can you read? Yes, Bahauddin, can you read?
Weather maps. I've seen weather maps like the one pictured below. Figure below. A weather map shows weather conditions for a certain area. The map may show the actual weather on the given day. It shows the predicted weather for some things in the future. Some weather maps show many weather conditions. Others show a single.
Good reading, Jazakallah Bahauddin. So this is a weather map. You can see the red area is the low pressure center, and the H region is the high pressure region, which is the colder regions, right? So air pressure maps, Haika, can you read, please?
Okay. The weather map picture below shows air pressure. The line on the map connect places that have the same air pressure. Air pressure is measured in a unit called the millibar. Isobars are the lines that connect the points with the same air pressure. The map also shows low and high pressures, certain centers, and fronts. Find the cold front on the map. This cold front is likely to move towards the north northeast over the next couple of days. How could you use the information to predict the weather will be on the East Coast?
Yes, Jazakallah khairan. Okay, so other weather maps, instead of air pressure, weather maps may show other weather conditions. For example, a temperature map might show the high and low temperatures of major cities. The map may have isotherms, lines that connect places with the same temperature. So the summary of this, what we learned today is weather maps graphically depict weather conditions. Isobars are lines of constant pressure, and isobars indicate pressure cells. Okay. So this is some questions. Okay, we can do. Okay, I'm gonna first give you the video to watch. Okay. So let's copy the link. Okay. Okay. So I will be also watching it.
You can see that
this video, okay? So I'm not sharing it because I'm not allowed to share it. So I will send it to you in the chat, okay? So please watch the video and we will do a discussion, okay, Haika? And Bahauddin and Aya, okay? Please watch the video in the chat.
Okay.
I'm done watching the video.
Okay, so what did we learn from the video? What did we learn about cold air fronts and high pressure, low pressure? Did anyone?
They talked about the pressure charge, high pressure, the fronts,
And
the difference between cold, warm, and cold front.
yes, good. And what did it explain about if you're going on a picnic? Which should you look for when you hear the
Where is the cold winds and warm winds? There were showing us that it was in this area, it's cold air, in this area, warm air, and it's coming down to from Scotland to England.
Yes, yes, exactly. So whenever you hear the word cold pressure, okay, or low pressure, you would not want to go cold front. You heard these words. You would not want to go outside for a picnic because it's very breezy, right? Cold air breeze, right? And it's if you hear the word high pressure, that's the time where you do want to go outside for a picnic, okay? Yeah. That's also one point they made. Is that making sense, everyone? Okay. So let's do the social studies now.
I think we're doing 10.7.
So we're done Thailand, Cambodia. I thought we discussed about that. Did we? Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Okay, yes, we can do this. Okay, no problem. Okay, so Vietnam, okay, and these regions, they're all bordered together, right? Like close by. So can you read this, Haika?
Okay.
Yeah.
Which part?
Jazakallah.
First one?
The elongated state
Okay,
of
the elongated state of Vietnam is slightly larger than Italy and about 3 times the size of the U.S. states of New Mexico. In 2017, it was estimated to have a population of more than 96 million people. 60% of the population is under age 21. That indicates that the population was only about half its current size. At the end of the Vietnamese War, Vietnam has two main urban core areas, Ho Chi Minh City in the south and the capital, Hanoi, in the north.
The middle region of Vietnam is narrow with higher elevation. Each core area is located along a major river delta. The Red River Delta is located east of Hanoi in the north, and the mighty Mekong River Delta is located next to Saigon in the south. These river deltas deposit silt from upstream and provide excellent farmland for growing multiple crops of rice and food grains per year. Vietnam has a tropical type A climate with a long coastline. Fishing provides protein to balance out nutritional needs.
Yeah, so can anyone read this one? Political Geography of Vietnam. Heike?
Okay. An understanding of Vietnam is not complete without understanding the changes in political control. The country in Vietnam has experienced different Chinese controlled Vietnam at different times. When French colonized Vietnam, it imposed the French language as the lingua franca,
Franco, yeah.
Christianity as the main religion.
Both changes met resistance, but the religious, yes.
Yes. Both changes met resistance, but the religious persecution of Buddhism by the French colonizer created harsh visceral conditions within the culture.
Yeah. So in Vietnam, it was colonized by France, and it had like the French was spoken as a language there. So if you still go there, maybe some parts of the world in Vietnam, I mean some parts of the country in Vietnam, there is French that is spoken. Okay. Okay. Christianity, because of the religion Christianity, right? They usually they learned they were imposed the language French, right? And then French domination started in 1858. The Japanese replaced it in 1940. And this lasted until the end of World War II, with the defeat of Japan in 1945. The French desired to regain control of Vietnam. The French aggressively pushed into the country, but met serious resistance and were finally defeated in 1954 with the loss at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. Okay? The French lost the battle, but they did want control over Vietnam, right? But they lost control. So in the mid 1950s, the Vietnamese began asserting requests for an independent country. The dynamics were similar to that of Korea. After 1954, Vietnam needed to establish a government for their independent country. They were not unified. The northern section rallied around Hanoi and was aligned with the communist ideology. The southern region organized around Saigon and aligned itself with capitalism and democratic reforms. So this is what happened, okay? They were not like they did not have an independent country, so they were requesting to have one. And then during the Cold War, the United States opposed communism wherever it emerged. So Vietnam was one of such case, supporting South Vietnam against the communists in the north started not long after the defeat of France. By 1960, US advisors were working to bolster South Vietnam's military power after the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Okay? And President Lyndon Johnson had to make a choice to either pull out Vietnam or push the US military to fully engage the communists of northern Vietnam. So do you want to read this, Bahauddin, not wishing Vietnam and its neighbors? Yes,
I
Bahauddin.
will read it. No wishing to go communist, to a domino effect where if one country fell to communism, its neighbors would follow. President Johnson decided to escalate the war in Vietnam by 1965. More than one half of a million U.S. soldiers were on the ground in Vietnam. Just as Vietnam was divided by political and economic ideology, the Vietnam War also divided the U.S. population. Protests were common on college campuses, and public support for the war was often met with public opposition.
Yeah, so President Johnson, he was, he was the one who started this in 1965, and were one of the half a million US soldiers were in ground in Vietnam, and their ideologies were divided to political and economic. Okay, so this is what happened. The division happened, and then the US government. So Heike, do you want to read this part? The US government under President Richard.
Okay.
Yes.
The U.S. government under President Richard Nixon finally decided to pull all U.S. troops out from the Vietnam after a ceasefire was agreed upon in a Paris Peace Confirmation in 1973. More than 57,000 U.S. soldiers had died in the Vietnam War. 2 years later, in 1975, the North Vietnamese communists invaded South Vietnam and took control of the entire country. Vietnam was unified under a communist regime.
Regime, right? Communist regime. So that's okay, and then so it was more like a communist country back in the 1973s. So more than 2 million people from the South Vietnam escaped as refugees and fled to Hong Kong, the United States, or wherever they could go. Thousands were accepted by the United States, which caused ethnic rifts in US. Yeah, so the United States did not open diplomatic relations with Vietnam again until 1996. Okay. The Vietnam War devastated the infrastructure and economy. Okay. So, the Vietnam War devastated the infrastructure and economy of the country. Roads, bridges, and valuable distribution systems were destroyed, and Vietnam could only turn to what it does best, growing rice for its people and food for its people. Okay, so the rice growth is good in the part of Vietnam, right? So modern Vietnam. Okay, Bahauddin, do you want to read? Yes, Bahuddin.
Okay.
Modern
Modern Vietnam. For the past 3 decades, Vietnam has been recovering and slowly integrating itself with the outside world. Its population has doubled. Most of the population was born after the Vietnam War. Their main goal is to seek out opportunities and advantages to provide for themselves and their families. Vietnam has been a rural agrarian society. The two main core cities, however, are now waking up to the outside world, and the outside world is discovering.
Yes, yes. So that's what's happening right now. Okay, and then this is looking for cheap labor and economic profits, economic tigers such as Taiwan and turning Segun to set up light manufacturing operations. So people for the rural areas are migrating to the cities looking for employment. Segun has more than 8.5 million people and has a special economic zone located nearby, so rural to urban shift is taking place. So after 1975, the city of Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City after vigorous communist leaders Ho Chi Minh. Many of the people who live there are and who live in the United States still refer to it as Saigon. So this was only after 1975. So many people who were living before that, they might still consider it Saigon. Okay. So any country that experiences rapid urbanization or economic change suffers from growing pains. Conflict usually erupts over control and resources and land ownership. Ethnic groups usually vie for power, and environmental damage is usually extensive. All of these issues are evident in Vietnam. The communist government has acted to moderate both the problems and economic growth. So because you know how the country is rapidly going towards urbanization, it suffers a lot of consequences like such as environmental damage, ethnic groups, who do not want to leave the land, right? Or do not want to like change. They don't like the change, so they might, make up the power, like make up like cause problems for that, because they don't want to lose their property or their, they're used to living the way. So urbanization can cause a lot of changes too. And the future of Vietnam may be similar to most of the Southeast Asia, as it balances out the strong forces of local culture and demand of competitive global economy. The growing population will add to the demand for resources and employment opportunities. Vietnam has been a relatively poor country, but it still has been able to export rice and other agricultural products. In recent years, the communist government has implemented a series of reforms moving towards a market economy, which has encouraged economic development and international trade. So rice is a good production in worldwide like exportation from the Vietnam country, but still there is a lot of they want to improve the trade, okay? Okay, so this is a little bit more about Vietnam, okay? We can read through it after. Okay, you can read it on your own. I will assign you the reading. Okay, Laos. Okay, do you want to read this, Haika? Laos. What is the geography of Laos? Yes.
Okay, the geography of Laos centers the Mekong River basin and rugged mountain terrain. Laos is landlocked. Vietnam shields Laos from the South China Sea to the east and Cambodia to the south. It does not have a port city to the outside world. The mountain reach up to 9,242 feet. The type A climate provides a rainy season and a dry season. This rain usually falls between May and November, followed by a dry season for a remainder of the year. The Mekong River flows through the land and provides fresh water, irrigation, and transportation. The city's capital and largest city, Vientiane, is located in the Mekong River. Laos is about the same size in the area of the U.S. state of Utah.
Okay, good. Okay, Jazakallah khairan. Okay, so Okay, let's learn more about the globalization in the Lao region. So globalization has not yet been established in this country, and infrastructure is less developed. Electricity is not available on a consistent basis, and transportation systems are basic. There are not any railroads. There are few paved roads. Clean water for human consumption is not always available. The economy is based on agriculture with some outside investments and mining and natural resources. Okay. So this is some about the region, right? And then there's the religious aspects of the country. There's 2/3 of people are Buddhist, and the animal tradition and spirit worship have the next highest percentage of followers. Muslims and Christians make up a small percentage of the population. Lao make up the largest ethnic groups and 70% of the population. Other ethnicities include Hmong and mountain tribal groups, which can be found in various remote regions of the country. So the rural heritage of many tribal groups have attracted tourism. Tourism has increased in recent years, partially due to the Chinese government allowing its citizens to travel outside their borders from China into Laos. Laos has two UNESCO World Heritage sites: the historic town Luang Prabang and southern site of Wat Pho, which is the ancient Hindu temple. Okay, so you can see this, right? It's kind of like a very old building, right? Can you see it? So Wat Pho is a ruined Khmer Hindu temple. It's kind of ruined, but that's how ancient it is. Like, it's very old. Okay. So Laos is a poor country. It has fewer employment um opportunities for its citizens um than other developed countries have. The one-party communist political system of the Cold War has been decentralizing control and working to encourage entrepreneurial activities. Foreign investment and are increasing in the areas of mining, hydroelectric power, and major construction. There's a lot of things going on right now to improve the infrastructure and the issues related to power, electricity. Okay. With Cambodia. So can you read this Haika?
Okay.
Actually, can Bahauddin? Yes, Bahauddin. A notorious history. Can you read Cambodia? Yes, Bahauddin. Because Haika read the last one. So Bahauddin, can you read this one?
Okay, a notorious history. Cambodia is the same size as the U.S. state of Missouri. The population in 2017 was estimated at more than 6.12 million. The Khmers created the Angkor Empire, which reached its peak between the 10th and 13th centuries. Preceding the colonial period, the Angkor Empire entered into a long era of decline.
Okay, good, very good. Okay, so France took control, remember, right? In this region as well. And Japan took control over the region before World War II. And they relinquished it when they surrendered to end World War II. France regained control of Cambodia after Japanese army was defeated. Cambodia finally received independence from France in 1953. To understand Cambodia, one has to understand its recent history. This country has undergone some of the most extreme transitions, transition in modern times. The Khmer Rouge, under the leadership of Pol Pot, turned society upside down, giving the country a legacy that it will carry forward as integration continues in the world community. So between 1969 and 1973, while the United States was fighting the Vietnam War, U.S. bombed and briefly invaded Cambodia in an effort to disrupt the North Vietnamese military operations and oppose the Khmer Rouge. Millions of Cambodians were made refugees by the war and ended up in Phnom Penh. The number of casualties from US bombing missions in Cambodia is unknown. Okay, so the US war also happened during the 1969 and 1973 time period. Okay. Okay, so Pol Pot was creating an agricultural model for the new country based on 11th century ideals. So people in the urban areas were forcibly matched off into the countryside for labor in agriculture. Anyone who resisted or even hinted a rebellion was killed. All traces of westernized ideas, technology, medical practice, religion, or books were destroyed. Thousands of people were systematically killed in an attempt to bring into being a rural agrarian utopian society. Okay, so this is what happened, right? Like the US also tried to invade and a lot of people suffered, right? This is like the amount of, you can see the skeletons of people. Okay, skulls of victims from killing. This is, it's very sad to see this. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is a picture on the killing in 1970 that happened. Okay, modern Cambodia. Do you want to read this, Haika?
Okay. Cambodia is working to become a democratic and open country with established trade relationship with global markets. The people have struggled to create a stable society that can rebound from their legacy of turmoil and conflict. The country's population is relatively young, and the rural areas and the generations who remain there continue to lack the basic amenities of modern society, education, electricity, water, infrastructure,
Infrastructure.
Can somebody
or
make the breakout?
Okay, infrastructure. Okay. Okay, good. Jazakallah. Cambodia is likely to experience a high rural to urban shift in future. Okay, so they're trying to become a global country and democratic state. Okay, so
Somebody
they're
can make the
mm,
breakout
yes,
room.
yes, I can hear you. I will do that. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm not the host, so I cannot do that unless sister said that someone else can do that, but I can send you the link. I don't know if I can see the breakout room. Let me stop sharing. I will have to tell sister Saba, okay? Because I'm unable to do it, okay, from this device. I'm not the host, so okay, Umaima? I'm gonna tell sister Saba, she will do it for you, okay? Okay, people are returning to religious practices that were banned during the Pol Pot era. Buddhism is a dominant religion. It's about 95% of the population. Small percentage of the population are also Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, and tribal beliefs. There are at least 20 distinct hill tribes that hold to their own traditions and cultural ways. The country has historically been self-sufficient with food, but the rapid population growth, political instability, and lack of infrastructure are challenging for the future of the country. Okay, Cambodia has attempting, so you can see these are a lot of orange tobes. These people are basically the monks, right? They're in the Buddhist monks, okay, in the Cambodia. Okay, and then Thailand. Okay, we can quickly go over Thailand is a larger and that Laos and Cambodia but combined but smaller than Burma. The physical regions that make up Thailand include the mountainous north, where peaks each a reach up to 8,415 feet, the largest southeastern plateau bordering the Mekong River, and mainly flat valley that dominates the country center of the country. The southern part of the country include the narrow isthmus, the broadens out the to create the Malay Peninsula. Okay. So the tropical A environment has rainy and dry seasons similar to Cambodia, okay? So it's also like similar in temperature, and the temperature rises and land heats up, okay? In this from March to May. So it's very hot, okay? In this type of time period. And then in 1932, constitutional monarchy was established after revolution. The name was officially changed to Thailand in 1939. The ruling monarch remains head of state, but the prime minister is the head of government. So, okay, the ruling monarch is the head of the state, and there's two, and we have then the prime minister who's only head of the government, but the head of the state is the monarch. Okay. So the leaders of Siam played France and Britain against each other and remained independent of colonial domination. Okay, and then the World War II, the Japanese did extend influence in the region. Thailand briefly engaged the Japanese military in World War II, but worked out an armistice that used the Japanese military to regain territories lost to Britain and France. Okay, at that same time, Thailand was working to support Allied efforts in the region. Okay. Okay, so the modern city of Bangkok is the high-rise office buildings, right? So it's very developed, Thailand. A lot of tourists also usually like go to Thailand. Because the infrastructure is more developed than other parts of the East Asia part, right? That are bordering with each other. Okay, so the tourist industry has grown immensely in Thailand over the past few decades. Green and lush tropical mountain landscapes and the exquisite architecture of ancient Buddhist temples and beautiful golden beaches along warm tropical coastlines make for an excellent tourism market. Okay. Okay, so I will assign you questions about this, and we have to read Myanmar Burma. There's a little more reading, okay? Just about the tropical environment and the culture and religion. Morally, it's the same, but yeah, this is you have to like read it through it, okay? To figure out which religions were dominant in this part of the region and what's the economy and the government look like. And okay, now we're done. And then I can assign you the two questions from what we learned about Vietnam and the other regions. So let's do what are the main physical and features and qualities of the mainland? Okay, that's number one. And then number two is What rivers flows? No, actually, what geographic aspects isolates the country of Laos and restricts globalization efforts? Okay, these are the two questions. So is that clear, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna send that to you in the chat so you can work on it, shall we?
Teacher, I'm not able to send it directly to you.
Yeah, because I'm not the co-host, so maybe if you can just keep the answers till tomorrow, okay?
Oh.
Okay, jazakallah.
Can we also have the link of the website so we can take the notes from there too?
Okay. All right. Wait 1 second. Copy that.
Also, I don't know if it's gonna work, but my chat is set to you to text. I'm gonna just text hi to see if it works and let me know if you see it.
Okay.
It doesn't work. It's saying that you're not in the meeting.
You can send it to me tomorrow because I'm not the co-host, so that's why.
Okay.
Okay, inshallah. Okay, so I sent you guys the link, inshallah. So look into and read through it, inshallah. Okay, and we will meet tomorrow, inshallah. Okay. Please save the questions on your desktop so you can work on them. Okay. Okay, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Okay. I will open the lesson. Did you memorize the translation? Yeah. Sister Saba? Sister Saba?
Yes.
Can you show me where did you updated the Tajweed Qaida?
Okay, give me a second. Okay, hold on, please.
Okay. Surah Fajr. The last part? The last part of Surah Fajr?
From 20 to the
From 20 to the end.
The last part?
Yes.
Okay.
From 20 to the end.
Okay.
يقول. Okay. Tell me. كلا بل لا تكرمون اليتيم.
It means by no means nay, you treat not the orphans with generosity.
Okay. ولا تحاضون على طعام المسكين.
Not one another, feeding the poor.
Okay. وأكلوا وتأكلون التراث أكلا لما.
You devour the inheritance, devouring all with greed.
وتحبون المال حبا جما.
And you love with love much.
Yeah, okay. كلا إذا دكت الأرض دكا دكا.
Nay, when the earth is ground with exceeding grinding.
Okay. وجاء ربك والملك صفا صفا.
And
There
your
comes the angels rose.
Row and row. وجيء يومئذ بجهنم.
and will be brought near that day hell.
يومئذ يتذكر الإنسان وأنى له الذكرى.
That day man remember, but how for him remembrance.
آه. يقول يا ليتني قدمت لحياتي.
You will say, "Oh, would that I had sent forth my life."
Yeah, okay. فيومئذ لا يعذب عذابه أحد.
That day not punish his punishment anyone.
Okay. ولا يوثق وثاقه أحد.
And will not bind as his binding anyone.
Okay. يا أيتها النفس المطمئنة ارجعي
You
إلى ربك راضية مرضية.
the soul satisfaction.
Okay. Are you telling me without looking or you're looking? What? Did you
Without.
memorize it? Are you telling me from your memorization or you are looking it
Yes.
by looking? By looking?
Memorization.
Huh?
Memorization.
By memorization? Okay. ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية.
Come back to your Lord well pleasing and well pleasing himself.
Okay. فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي.
Slaves enter paradise.
Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Surah Fajr is finished. Inshallah. We will start Surah Balad. Who will recite it?
I cannot see your screen.
Okay, yeah, I will share the screen. I will share the screen. Just a minute. Okay, who will recite it? Yes, Haika.
I can recite it.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Yes, Haika.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا أقسم
لا
بما
أقسم
لا أقسم
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 مهم. بيوم القيامة
بيوم القيامة
ولا
وأنت
أقسم
ولا تسي
no sorry not يوم القيامة لا أقسم بهذا البلد
sorry
لا أقسم بهذا البلد
لا أقسم
لا أقسم بهذا البلد
بهذا البلد وأنت كيلو
هل بهذا
كيلو
البلد
بما ذا بلد
بهذا البلد
ووالدي وما ولد
ووالد وما ولد ووالد وما ولد
وما يدين وما ولد لقد
خلقنا
خلقنا
الإنسان في كبد
إنسانا أبد
مهم.
ي-
أيحسب أن لن
يحسب
يقدر
أن
عليه أحد
أحد
أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد
أحد يقول أهلكت ملا
مال
ملل
اللبدا
لبدا
مال اللبدا over here مال اللبدا
ملل لبدا
तनवीन के बाद after तनवीन there is lam or harf lam when after tanween there is harf lam there will be idgham يقول أهلكت مال اللبدا without noon غنة idgham without غنة okay مال اللبدا Okay.
Okay.
أيحسب أن لم يره أحد. أيحسب أن لم يره أحد.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was off.
Okay, you can repeat after me. أيحسب أن لم
أيحسب
يره
أن لم
أحد.
يره أحد.
ألم
ألم
نجعل له
نجعل
عينين.
له عين
ألم نجعل له عينين.
ونجعل له عين
عينين.
علي ولسانا
عينين.
عيني ولسانا
ولسانا وشفتين.
لشقتين
وهديناه
وهديناه
النجدين.
أجنتين.
Mhm. Okay. لا أقسم بهذا البلد. لا أقسم بهذا البلد. Yes, both of you. Both of
لا
you.
لا أقسم
بهذا البلد
وأنت حل بهذا البلد.
وأنت حل بهذا البلد
ووالد وما ولد.
ووالد وما ولد
لقد خلقنا الإنسان في كبد.
لقد خلقنا الإنسان في كبد
أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد.
أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد
يقول أهلكت مالا لبدا.
يقول أهلكت مالا لبدا
أيحسب أن لم يره أحد.
أيحسب أن لم يره أحد
ألم نجعل له عينين.
ألم نجعل له عينين
ولسانا وشفتين.
ولسانا وشفتين
وهديناه النجدين.
وهديناه النجدين.
Okay. So now we will read the translation. Okay, who will read the translation? Both of you? One of you.
I can.
لا أقسم بهذا البلد. What is the meaning?
I swear by this city Makkah,
Okay. وأنت حل بهذا البلد.
and you are free in this city,
Okay. ووالد وما ولد.
and by the begetter in which he begot.
Okay. لقد خلقنا الإنسان في كبد.
Verily we have created man in toil.
Okay. أيحسب أن لن يقدر عليه أحد.
Does he think that he can never overcome him, anyone?
أها. يقول أهلكت مالا لبدا.
He says, I've wasted wealth in moonstands.
أيحسب أن لم يره أحد.
Does he think that sees him not anyone?
أها. ألم نجعل له عينين.
And have we not made for him 2 eyes,
أها. ولسانا وشفتين.
and a tongue and 2 lips,
وهديناه النجدين.
and shown him the 2 ways?
Okay. Okay. All right. right. Okay. Now I will start the Tajweed. Just a minute. Where is the Tajweed? Tajweed. No. Mhm. We have studied Sukoon, and after that, I will say, where is it? Pronunciation Sukoon. Sukoon, but we studied only Jazm. After that, there are others as well. Okay, Tanween. We'll start Tanween theory. Tanween. What is Tanween? Ban, ba, do zabar ban. There is fathatain on ba, it is called ban, and kasratain, it is called bin, and dhammatain, it is called bun. Ban, bin, bun. This is called Tanween. Tanween, two lines. If two lines are up above the letter, it is called ban. If two lines are down the letter, it is called bin. And if there are two wow shape harakat, it is called bun. Tanween. Tanween dammatain, tanween kasratain, and tanween fathatain. Okay. Continue practicing. Ajaban. Can you repeat after?
Ajaban,
Okay. Ahadan.
Ahadan,
Yusran.
Yusran,
Khubzan.
Hubsan,
Nafsan.
Nafsan,
Qasasan.
Kasasan,
Nashatan. Nashtan.
Nashtan,
Zar'an.
Zar'an,
Sufhan.
Su-
Suhufan.
Suhufan,
Darakan.
Darakan,
Laylan.
Laylan,
Qawman.
Qawman,
Rahwan.
Rahwan,
Baghyan.
Baghyan,
Shaykhan.
Shaykhan,
Hadithan.
Hadithan,
Salihan.
Salihan,
Liwadhan.
Liwazan,
Balaghan.
Balagan,
Tibaqan.
Ibakan,
Wanabatan.
Manabatan,
Salasatan.
Salasasan,
Afwajan.
Afwajan,
Warishan.
Warishan,
Mafrudan.
Mafrudan,
Aiqadhan.
Ikadan,
Miskinan.
Miskinan,
Mushtabihan.
Mushtabihan.
So it was Tanween. Okay. All right. So Now we'll start our Islamic studies. Okay, Prophet Yusuf al-Islam. Who will read it?
I will.
Okay, read it.
Surah Yusuf deals with the whole story of the Prophet Yusuf. The Quran describes it as the most beautiful of stories. It relates it in the best manner and the finest form. Indeed, it contained wisdom, wonderful signs, and valuable lessons. Yusuf was the son of Ya- Yaqub, who was
Mhm.
the son of Ishaq, who in turn was the son of Ibrahim. They were all prophets. Yusuf was the grandson of Prophet Ibrahim. Islam. Prophet Yusuf is mentioned twice outside Surah Yusuf, the 12th surah of the Quran, once in Surah Al-An'am, and another time in Surah Ghafir. The Quran uses the story of Yusuf primarily as an illustration of Allah's unfathomable corrections of people's affairs, an echo of Allah's statement, it may well be that you hate a thing while it is good for you, and it may well be that you love a thing while it is bad for you. Allah knows, you do not know. The whole of the surah might describe a series of on the major theme that the judgment rests with none but Allah. Yusuf was a handsome and intelligent young boy. Prophet Yaqub had 12 sons to whom all Jewish tribes traced their origin. Benjamin was Yusuf's full brother, both becoming of Yaqub's wife who had died, whereas the other 10 were only his half-brothers. Prophet Yaqub loved them dearly, but he loved Yusuf and Benjamin more than any of his other sons. One night Yusuf had a wonderful dream. He saw 11 stars, the sun, and the moon all bowing down to him. He was quite amazed by this. Could you please scroll down?
Okay.
Thank you. By this dream, young Yusuf went to his father Yaqub and told him about it. Yaqub was a prophet, so he did not fail to understand the meaning of his son's dream of future greatness, with the 11 stars symbolizing his brothers and the sun and the moon his parents. Yaqub at once realized the deeper meaning of his son's dream. He said, Allah had blessed you, Yusuf, something great will happen to you. This dream brings the good news that you will be given knowledge and prophethood. Allah blessed your grandfather Ishaq. He blessed your great grandfather Ibrahim. He will bless the family of Yaqub. Being Prophet Yaqub knew about human nature. He knew how Shaitan could confuse and misguide people. He said, do not tell any of your brothers about your dreams. They will envy you and become your enemies. This is referred to Yusuf's 10 half-brother Yaqub understood that Allah was choosing Yusuf to be a prophet. He feared that his half-brothers
Mhm.
would envy him because he knew that Shaitan is to man a manifest enemy. Shaitan clearly showed his enmity against mankind through what he did to Adam and Hawa, and so he would certainly do his best to mislead Yusuf's half-brothers, stir up envy among them, and incite them to resort to treachery.
Mhm.
Yaqub was well aware that the stepbrothers were jealous of Yusuf. He was also aware that they would lack the spurs of righteous people, and they that they would not hesitate to use any means possible to harm Yusuf and to achieve their selfish aims. Yaqub therefore thought it was necessary to warn Yusuf about them. The stepbrothers were jealous of Yusuf and Benjamin and were very bitter. They would say, "Why does our father love Yusuf more than us? Why does he not love us as much? Why are young when we are young and strong?" The stepbrothers were all selfish and they often told lies and deceived their father. The brother of Yusuf became jealous of him. In the heart of their jealousy, they gathered and consulted each other as to what to do with Yusuf. They discussed whether to kill him or cast him away to a land which he might never return, so they could get all the attention and love of their father. They also said one. They also they also said to one another that they would repeat of this ugly sin of theirs. When they agreed to this idea, one of them said, "No, do not kill Yusuf. Cast him into the bottom of the well. He will be picked up by passing caravan." The Quran uses the word Gaybat Jub in the dark depths of the well. The word Jub refers to desert well, simply cut through the earth or and rock through rock and cast with stone. When the stepbrothers all agreed on this about this opinion, they went to their father and requested him to send their brother Yusuf with them. They pretended that they only wanted that he would play around and enjoy himself. They concealed their intention, but Allah knew it well. They said to their father, "Father, why do you not trust us regarding Yusuf? Why, we are indeed his well-wishers. Let him go with us tomorrow that he may enjoy himself and play. We will surely look after him." Yaqub answered, "Look, it gives me indeed to think that you might take him with you, lest the wolf devour him at the moment when you are needless of him." They said, "Never. How could we live? How can the wolf eat him when we are there? How could treat him when we are a strong young man?" In the end, Yaqub gave Yusuf permission to go with them.
Yes. Prophet Yaqub alayhi salam.
11. 12.
Okay. Okay. What is your name? Uh, Baudin, can you read from here?
From where?
Prophet Yusuf, part 2.
Okay. The stepbrothers were jealous of Yusuf alayhi salam and Benjamin and were very bitter. They would say, "Why does our father love Yusuf more than us? Why does he not love us as much when we are young and strong?" The stepbrothers were selfish and very quarrelsome. They often told lies and deceived their father Yusuf alayhi salam brothers. The brothers of Yusuf alayhi salam became jealous of him. In the heat of their jealousy, they gathered and consulted each other as to do what to Yusuf alayhi salam. They discussed whether to kill him or cast him away to a land which he might never return, so that they could get all the attention and love of their father. They also said to one another they would repent of this ugly sin of theirs. When they agreed to do this idea, one of them said, "No, do not kill Yusuf. Cast him into the bottom of the well. He will be killed. He will be picked up by a passing caravan." The Quran uses the words "Ghabayat iljab" in the dark depths of the well. The word "jab" refers to a desert well simply cut through the earth or through rock and not cast with stone. When the stepbrothers all agreed about this opinion, they went to their father and requested him to send their brother Yusuf alayhi salam with them. They pretended that they only wanted that he would play around and enjoy himself. They concealed their intention, but Allah knew it well. They said to their father, "Father, why do you not trust us regarding Yusuf? We are indeed his well-wishers. Let him go out with us tomorrow that he may enjoy himself and play, and we will surely look after him." Yaqub alayhi salam answered, "Look, it grieves me inside to think that you might take him with you, lest the wolf devour him at the moment when you are heedless of him." They said, "Never. How can the wolf eat him while we are there? How could it eat him when we are strong young men?" In the end, Yaqub gave Yusuf alayhi salam permission to go with them.
Okay. Is this only part 1, not part 2? Prophet Yusuf part 2 is in the next. Okay, so we will do the exercises. Prophet Yaqub alayhi salam had a dash son. How many sons?
12.
12 sons. 12 sons. Prophet Yusuf.
12.
Yaqub alayhi salam had 10 sons from one wife and 2 sons from other wife. So 12 sons. Prophet Yaqub alayhi salam loved dash more than his
Yusuf.
other sons.
Benjamin and Yusuf.
Yeah, and Yusuf half brothers were quarter quarrelsome and very dash. They often told dash
Jealous.
jealous and often told false stories,
Lies.
lies. Okay. Yaqub was afraid that dash would
Wolf.
wolf will devour Yusuf. Okay. Why does the Quran call the story of Yusuf alayhi salam Ahsanul Qasas?
It
Why
relates.
Quran says Ahsanul Qasas?
It relates in the best manner and the finest linguistic wisdom and wonderful signs and valuable lessons.
Yes. What good news did
The news it brought was that he got prophethood.
okay? Why did Yaqub alayhi salam uh, advise Yusuf alayhi salam to keep the dream secret?
To
Because his
avoid getting
brother
and
might kill
enemies.
him.
Mhm. Because his brother will get jealous of his dream, they will interpret and they will become jealous. Describe Yusuf dream and its meaning.
It
There
was
was
11 stars, a sun and a moon.
the moon
It was about prophethood.
was
Okay.
about what good things are happening in his life.
Okay. How did Yusuf alayhi salam, half brother, decide to get rid of him?
To
By
put him
putting
in a well.
the well.
By throwing him in the well, and they thought that the people will come and they will take him away. Okay. What excuse did Yusuf al-Islam half brother give to Yusuf al-Islam and let him go with them?
They said
Because
that they would protect him and we're just gonna go play.
have fun.
Okay. Yes, okay, match. You have to match it. Yusuf al-Islam's half brothers were what?
No, Yusuf's full brother is Benjamin.
Half Yusuf al-Islam's full brother was Benjamin. Okay, man's enemy.
Shaitan.
Uh, the dark depths of the well.
Ghayat al-Jub.
Atal-Jub. Okay, the most beautiful of stories.
Surah Yusuf.
Yeah, Surah Yusuf. Okay, so this was your lesson. All right. So did you memorize Surah Bayyana and Alaq, both of you?
We already
Yes.
read it 2 weeks
Then
ago.
what next? What next? What do you want to memorize next? Okay, I will search in it which surah is surah. You read surah. What was Naba? Did you memorize surah Naba? What is your name? Maudin. Maudin, did you memorize surah Naba? Have you memorized it?
I memorized the first 10 ayahs.
Okay, Haika. It is your homework to memorize Surah An-Naba, and you
Okay.
can memorize it right now, 10 verses. Try to memorize it right now. Okay, you have some time. You can memorize it.
Mama,
Uh-huh.
what time is it? Are you done your class?
Okay, done. Did you memorize something, Haika? Haika, are you here? Haika? Haika, are you here? Baudin?
Yes.
Haika is here?
They
Aika
left
left?
the meeting, I think, yes.
She left? Okay. Okay, then it was your lesson for today. Inshallah, we'll see you next week. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikum assalam.
Walaikum salam.
How are you, everybody?
Fine, and how are you?
Alhamdulillah. Okay, let's start our session. Rabbi zidni ilma, Rabbi shrah li sadri. ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Everybody, just revise your lesson until you get your turn, inshallah. So, Awais, you will be first, inshallah. Okay.
Okay.
27, and I think it's a fourth and fifth one.
What?
27, third and fourth line, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تا زبط تب بازبط تب تا تابا تب بازبط تب.
No. Ha ba pesh hob.
Okay. Okay. Ha ba pesh hob ba ha ba pesh hob ba do pesh bun hob bun.
No.
Ha pesh hob ba hob ba do ban hob ban hobba. Jim mim jam mim do man jamma. दाल काफ दो बकन दक्का. शीन काफ दो बकन शक्का. صاد فا صف فا دو بفن صفا. ها काफ दो पेश कुन हक. हा लाम दो पेश लुन.
No. Ha la there hill.
Okay. हाजे ही लाम दो
No.
पेश लुन.
No. फिर आप कंफ्यूज हो रहे हो. Ha lam zir hill lam tu pesh lun hillun.
हिल. अलिफ पेश ऊ मीम
No. No.
अलिफ मीम अलिफ मीम पेश मीम दो पेश मुन.
Yes.
मुन
Yes. Next one.
काफ लाम पेश कुल लाम दो पेश लुन कुल. रा बा दो पेश बुन रब बुन
No.
रब. गैन मीम गम मीम दो मिन गम. गैन जेर गी लाम दो जेगिन गिल.
What's wrong with you with spelling? Why you're confused in doing spelling? Do proper spelling.
गैन
No.
जेर गी
No.
गैन लाम गिल
Ghail lam
गिल.
zir.
गैन लाम जेर गिल लाम दो जिलिन गिल.
Next one.
ज़ा लाम जेर जिल लाम दो जिलिन जिल. صاد را داد 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 را داد را در دا پیش در.
No, again do it.
داد داد را در داد پیش دو را دو زرن Dur.
Okay. I think that you have confusion with the spelling. Right?
Yes.
So just when I ask you that you have any problem, any question, you should ask me, right? And this is very simple. I don't know why you are confused. Very simple thing. When the letter has shad or jazm, it has to be connected with the previous letter with the harkat. Right? What's the difficult? So if there is a ra and ra has a shad, and so ra has to connect it with the previous letter with harkat. So harkat is pesh, right? Duad has the harkat what? Pesh. So just we will connect. So duad, ra, pesh, dur. Simple. And then we will read the letter itself like ra. Ra to zerin, dur. Previous one, lam has shut. So lam has to connect it with the previous with the harkat. And zoa, which harkat is zoa? Zoa has zir. So zoa, lam, zir, zil. Lam to zilin, zil.
Okay.
And the same way, the lesson 21, the first line, alif, lam has shad. So lam has to connect it with the previous letter with harkat. So alif, lam, fatha or zabar, alif, lam, zabar, al. Okay. Now we read lam itself. So lam has the letter alif after this. Okay. So lam, alif, zabar, la. Al, la. After stop, Allah. It will be remain same before. Why? Because the last letter is a huruf madda. When the huruf madda alif waw ya, it will be remain same. Understand?
Okay.
So alif lam zabar al, then lam alif zabar la itself. Allah. After stop, Allah. Now the second one read ba lam zabar bal.
Ba lam zabar bal.
Then lam alif zabar la.
Lam alif zabar la.
Balla.
Balla.
After stop?
Balla.
Yes. The third one, kaf, lam, zabar, kal.
Kaf lam zabar kal.
Zabla. Kalla.
Kalla. Kalla.
Next one, alif, lam, zer, il. Lam, alif, zaballa. Illa.
Alif lam ze il lam zaballa. Illa.
No, you know when you say lam zaballa and when you say lam alif zaballa, it's a two different things. So there is a lam and then there is alif too. Can you see this? Right?
Yes.
So you have to read it. Lam alif zaballa illa, because alif is, you have to stretch. Alif is a one half alif. It's mean one zabar. So lam, yeah, it will be you have to stretch double, not illa. After stop, illa. Next one, alif ya zer e.
Alif ya ze e.
Ya alif zabar ya.
Ya alif zabar ya.
Iya.
Iya.
Kaf zabar ka.
Kaf zabar ka.
Iyaka.
Iyaka.
After stop?
Iyaka.
Huh?
It will be remain same.
Why? What's the logic behind this? What's the rule behind this?
No. Iyaka.
Huh? After stop?
Iyak.
Iyak.
Iyak. Okay.
Mim noon zer min. Noon alif zaban na.
Minna.
Minna. After stop? Minna.
Minna. Yes.
And never change the the harkat. You can change the harkat. You always do that. You just say minna, so manna, anna, so inna. Don't do that. You okay? You can change the harkat. So minna after stop, minna.
Minna.
The next one inna after stop, inna.
Inna.
line enough for now, Owais? Just tell me right now if you have any question or any confusion.
No,
Any
no,
confusion? Huh?
no, not now.
Not now, but tomorrow you should know your lesson properly
Okay,
and
sure,
properly.
sure,
Okay? And how
sure.
will do that? If you do right now, honestly, right? If you do right now 7 times, just revise this one line. Inshallah, you will know tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if you close it and you do anything else, you can get it.
Okay. I will.
Okay, Naila, are you there? Abdullah?
Yes.
Abdullah, do you know your lesson? Did you revise today?
Yes.
I don't want mistakes, okay? Okay, 20 and first 2 words of exercise. Read.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The first 2 lines.
No. I think I gave you first 2 word of second line.
Okay. بسم الله دال واو fish woo do lam zabilla dula kaf do zabr kan
Where is kaf?
ta do zabr tan da dula tan dula ta
No.
dula ta
No. What's the rule in this letter after stop? Is this word?
ta
What ta? Huh? What ta? Okay. Abdullah, you have to do by yourself. I won't tell you.
dula tan
After stop.
dula
Next
ta
one. Huh? Dulatan after stop.
dula.
Next one.
Okay. Lam zabila zal waw fish zoo lazu laz
Huh? Lazu.
lazu
Stop.
lazu lazu
Next one. Za waw bezu.
za waw fish zoo
Ratu zabaran.
latu zabiran
Zuran.
zuran
After stop. Zura.
zura
Next one. Ya zabar ya.
ya zabriya
Sin waw pesh su.
sima bishu
Yasu.
yasu
Mim waw pesh mu.
mima bishmu
Yasumu.
yasumu
Nun zabarna.
nun zabina
Yasumuna.
yasumuna
After stop. Yasumun.
yasumu
Swad waw pesh su.
Baba bishu
Razeri.
raziri
Suri.
suri
After stop. Sur.
sur
Suri.
suri
Sur.
sur
Zuran.
zuran
Zura.
zura
Yasumuna.
yasumuna
Yasumun. Suri.
Sur.
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 These three words are your lesson. And right now, read. Just
Okay.
no, don't mute. Just keep reading. I'm listening.
Okay. Dal fish zoo.
Yes. Read.
Dal wow fish do do Isabella Dula.
Where is Dula? No, not first two words. The last three lines which I gave you today. Zawa Pezu.
Zawa Pishu. Zawa Pishu Zoo.
زورا
Zalwa Pishu Zoo. Rado Zuberan. Zuran. Zur.
After stop.
Zura.
Next one.
Okay. Ya Zabria. Seen Walpis. Sheen Walpish Su. Yasur. Mim Walpish Mu. Yasumu Na. Yasumun.
Next one.
Sod Walpish Su. Razeri. Suri. Sur.
Yes. So read 7 times right now. Okay.
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 Naila here. Naila, Umaima, Aya.
Yes, yes. Listen there. I'll put the level. Listen.
Read the first 2 lines of lesson 21 of this page.
The second line. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Once again. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Read.
Alif, Nun, Saba, and
No, the first line and second line.
I have only the second line.
This is the second line. First line and second line. 2 lines.
The first line is done tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, do it again. So what? It's okay.
Okay. Alif, Lam, Allah, Al, Walla, Bal.
After stop. Allah after stop.
Allah, Allah. Yes. Walla, Walla. Kalla, Kalla. Illa, Illa. Iyaka, Iyak. Bidda, Bidda. Alif, Nun, Sin. Inda, Inda. Alif, Nun, Sabah. Anda, Anda. Hatta, Hatta. I'll do and tool. Yeah, say E. D. Adi. Adi. Mid. Mid. Dude. Yeah, say. Mindy. Mindy. Alif. Noon. Zed. Indie. Yeah, that's Ra. Ba. Saba. Rabbi. Alif. Noon. Saba. Andi.
Okay. Now the next one. Lam zabar la, shin ta zabar shat. La shat, ta standing fatah. Ta, la shat,
Lashatta.
stop. La shatta.
Lashatta. Lashatta.
Salla, salla.
Solo.
Jallaha, jallaha.
Jallaha.
Zakkaha, zakkaha.
Zakaha.
Now the next one. Anasiya, anasiya.
أناسية
Alasi.
Read. Just look at what is this?
أناسية
Alasiya.
أناسية
Alasiya.
After stop.
Alasi.
أناسية أناسية
Alasiya.
After stop.
أناسية
Alasiya.
So do it. After stop.
Alasiya.
No.
أناسية
Alasiya.
Mm-hmm.
Alasiya.
Anasiya after stop. It will be not remain same. Okay? Because the last letter has harkat.
Harkat.
Yes. Ya has
W.
anasiya after stop.
Alasiya.
I am telling you that no, the remain is no same. Anasiya after stop. Don't say the same. Anasiya after stop.
Alasi.
Yes. So this is your lesson, the third line of lesson 20.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
If you were there, why you took long then? Last two line of this page. Say Bismillah, start.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya lamuna. Saya lamuna.
next.
Yes. 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 So. Una. Yes. So phone. Yeah. Yan. Su. Ru. Na. Yes. Turun. Ajrun. Ajrun. Ajr. Ajr. Hablum. Hablun. Abl. Paslon. Pasl. Adnen. Adna.
No, Adn.
Adn. Yeah. Khasrin. Khasr.
No, Khusrin.
Khusrin. Khusr.
Oh, Khusrin. Khus. Okay, next one is 25. Now this one. Masghabatin. Masghaba.
Masghabatin. Mazghaba.
You just don't yawn, don't be tired. Look, just active and read. Masghabatin. Masghaba.
Masghabatin. Masghabah.
Matrabatin. Matrabah.
Matrabatin. Matrabah.
Maqrabatin. Maqrabah.
Makrabatin. Makrabah.
Tadlilin. Tadlil.
Tadlilin. Tadlil.
Sidqin. Sidq.
Sidqin. Sidq.
Taqwimin. Taqwim.
Taqwimin. Taqwin.
Takzibin. Takzib. Read. Takzibin. Takzib.
تكذيب
You have any problem, Umayma?
No.
So why you just suddenly stopped?
تكذيب
تقريب.
تكذيب مرفوعة
تقريب.
مرفوعة
Aya, are you there?
مرفوعة.
That's it. Read. Aya, are you there? You are there. So
Yes, hang on.
okay, so I think you are in this page or what? Let me see. Okay, page number 3 and first 2 lines. Can you read me, please? Say A'udhu Billah, Bismillah, and start reading. I'm talking to you, please. If you don't want to read, just tell me.
I'm sorry, just give me a moment.
No, don't do that. All of you should have some respect for teachers and for elders. Okay, inshallah, we are going to start our Islamic studies session. So, yes. Yesterday we did the Prophet Muhammad Sallam, the second part, and this is the third part of and chapter 21. Start reading. Okay.
Teacher,
Yes.
can I be back in 5 minutes?
5 minutes is
I
out.
go to the bathroom.
Come. Okay, hurry up. Okay, you Naila start reading.
Okay. Prophet Muhammad 3. When Allah's Messenger was 32 or 33 years of age, he started enjoying Surskill. He felt a unique joy in his Surskill. He naturally disliked the idol worship. He never ate offered to idols. During these times, Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Wasallam would think deeply, deeply about Allah's powers and would glorify and praise Him. The more he had was drawing near the age of 40. The more he left Surisku, he would often go to the cave of Hira, taking him food and water to pray to Allah in perfect peace and privacy. He would return when he ran short of supplies. The cave of Hira is in Mount An-Nur, Mount of Light, which is 2 miles away from Mecca, towards the north on the way to Mina. The cave is 4 yards long and about 3/4 of yard wide. During those days, he had true dreams.
Okay. And you one time read Awais?
Okay. When Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was 32 or 33 years of age, he started enjoying saluted. He felt in a unique joy of saluted. He naturally disliked idol worship. He never ate food offered to idols. Bringing this time, Allah Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam would think deeply and about Allah's power and would gruffly and praise him. The more he was drawing near the age of 40, the the more he loved solitude. He would often go to cave of Hira, uh, taking with him food and water to pray to Allah in a perfect peace and privacy. He would return when he ran short of supplies. The cave of Hira is in the Mount of Al Nur, in Nur, the Mount of Light, where is 2 miles away from Mecca towards the north on the way to Mina. The cave is 4 yards long and 3/4 of a yard wide. During those days, he had true dreams.
Okay. So when Allah Messenger Sallallahu was 32 or 33 years of age, he started enjoying solitude. What is solitude means? Alone, enjoying alone. Okay. He felt a unique joy in the solitude. He naturally disliked idol worship. He never ate food offered to idols. What does mean? That our messenger Sallallahu when he was 32 years old, he started enjoying solitude, the state of being alone. Okay, it started mean the state of being alone. So be alone. It started enjoying his own company. He felt a unique joy in this solitude he naturally disliked. Idol mean that time people worship the idol. They make themselves and then they started to worship them. And this our Prophet ﷺ never liked this and never worshipped this idol, and he never ate food offered to idols. During this time, Allah's Messenger ﷺ would think deeply about Allah's power and would glorify and praise him. Okay, and the more he was drawing near the age of 40, the more he loved solitude, being alone. He would often go to the cave of Hira, taking with him food and water to pray to Allah in perfect peace and privacy. He would return when he ran short of supplies. Right? Everybody know that our Prophet ﷺ, used to go to a cave Hira, which is near the Makkah, and he goes there and he worshipped Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, and he takes food with him, and he never um, worship to idol, only Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. The cave of Hira is in Mount Al-Nur, Mount of Light, which is 2 miles away from Makkah towards the north on the way to Mina. You can imagine how difficult it was that time to walk 2 miles, and it's very, you have to climb. You have to climb, even though we don't climb. Most of us just we see from the down. We don't climb and we don't see, right? And that time our Prophet ﷺ used to go there for worship, and it was very hard, not easy. First you have to walk 2 miles, and then you have to climb the mountain and then go to Cave Hira. This cave is 4 yards long, and it's very, very small. It's very small. The cave is 4 yards long and about 3/4 of a yard wide.
Okay.
During those days, he had true dreams. Yes?
I have a question. Like, do we have to go to the
Cave Hira?
cave
No,
of Hira when we are in Makkah?
no, it's obligated. It's not obligated, but we should have some what you can say, some want to just it's in some desire to go there and to see our Prophet, how our Rasul used to go there, and how he was worshipped there, what it's look like. It's just we should desire to see all these things, right? So it's not obligated. It's just it's your own wish or on like. So people, a lot of people go there and just see how is a cave Hira, how it looks like, how much we have to climb, right? It's just curiosity and just want to see and want to know. So it's not first, it's not mandatory. But we love our Prophet ﷺ, and we want to see the every single step of his life. So we should go there and we should see, and we should okay. So it's we should have some interest to go there. Okay. Now the exercise, the Prophet ﷺ felt what? Joy in the solitude. What? What? In the blank? What? Abdullah, you came? Awais, the Prophet
Yes.
ﷺ felt number one, fill in the blanks, felt a blank joy in this unique joy. Yes. During this time, he would think deeply about Allah's
powers.
Allah's powers and
Would
would
glorify
And
and
praise him.
praise him. Right? What what he does there in cave, Hira, he deeply think about Prophet's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his powers, his mercies, and his praise, glorifying. Okay, and during those days, the Prophet ﷺ had true dreams. Okay, answer this question. Was the Prophet ﷺ happy that his people worship idols?
No.
No. What would he do in the cave of Hira?
He would. He would.
He would just worship to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right?
Yeah.
He think about him, he glorify, he praise, and you can say it's a worship there.
In perfect peace and privacy, he would pray to Allah.
Yes. Okay, the next chapter is Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and again it's a part 4, the another chapter of the seerah of our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, chapter 22. Okay, start reading. Always read.
Okay. Allah Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam loved going in the retreat. He was happy when he could be on his own. He used to he used to wa- he used to walk away from Makkah until he was well out of the sight of the houses. He usually went to the cave of Hira. He would remain these for several days and the nights in a row. He would take with him enough food and drink to last. For that he would worship and pray in the manners of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam. He followed the pure human need to be turned to Allah. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam would be alone in the cave of the most of time. Khatija's servant would uh, provide him with food and drink and other basic needs. He herself would visit him from time to time and would sometimes bring along with the little daughters with his little daughter. His male children had all died when they were very young. The favorite time of Prophet staying in the cave of Hira was the month of Ramadan. He would spend the whole month there in worship.
Okay, yes. Naila, you read? Are you there? Nala? Abdullah?
Yes.
Abdullah, there?
Yes, I'm here.
You know what? You should be there. Don't move from your, seat. Read, Naila.
I just let's go focus now. Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam was once alone in the cave of Hira. He was 40 years old. It was the month of Ramadan in year 110 CE. Suddenly, in his dream,
610.
610 CE. Suddenly, Angel Jibreel radiallahu ta'ala appeared to him and said, "Read." "I cannot read," he answered. Later describing what had happened, he said, "He seized me and squeezed me as hard as I could bear and then let go of me and said, 'Read.' I said, 'I cannot read.' And he squeezed me as hard as I could bear a second time and let go of me. Again he said, 'Read.' Then he squeezed a third time and let go of me and said, I don't know.
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق.
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. Read in the name of your Lord, who created. He created man from a blood clot. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who has taught by the pen. He has taught the man which he knew not.
I'm back.
7-1.
Okay, now you start page number. Read the page number 101, Abdullah. You came back after 15 minutes. Start.
Okay. Allah's Messenger Sallam was once alone in the cave of Hiri. He was 40 years old. It was a month of Ramadan in the year 610 CE, and said, "Read." No, suddenly Angel Jibreel appeared to him and said, "Read." "I cannot read," he answered. Later, describing what he had happened, he had seized him and squeezed as hard as I could bear. And let go of me and said, "Read." I said, "I cannot read." Then he squeezed me as hard as I could bear a second time, and he let go of me. Again he said, "Read." Then he squeezed me the third time and let go of me and said, "Read the name of Allah, of your Lord, who created
Man
he created man from blood
clot. Read, and the
clot
Lord in the most generous,
in the
who
most
has taught by the pen.
pen.
He has taught man that which he knew not. Okay, and the 101. This was the first day of his prophethood.
This was the first day of his prophethood, and these were the first verses of the Quran to be sent to the Messenger of Allah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Having said this, the angel disappeared. Frightened, Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam went back home. He went to his wife Khadija Radhiyallahu anha and said, "Wrap me up, Khadija Radhiyallahu anha, wrap me up in a blanket." When he regained peace of mind after a short while, he told Khadija Radhiyallahu anha about what had happened to him and said, "I fear for my life."
Yes. So is the story about what? Is the incident when the first revelation revealed, from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Jibreel alayhi salam brought this message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this was the first revelation which is revealed in the cave Hira when our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was there alone. Okay, this is incident. This is, you know, did you hear about the first revelation, the story of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
No, I don't think so.
You Abbas, you Naila, you didn't hear?
Yes, but I forgot.
You didn't read? And you Naila, you know about this? What happened when the first revelation came? Okay, inshallah, tomorrow we will read and briefly, we will discuss this briefly, inshallah. So you will know what happened and how it happened. Okay? Until that, Allah Hafiz, Subhana Rabbika, Rabbil Izzati, Amma Yasifoon, wa Salamun alal Mursaleen, walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.